Okay, wonderful. Now, I hope all of you have finished writing the desires that you have in these three areas, right? Have all of you finished writing that so far? Listen carefully, because now is a very interesting step that you're going to do. Now you're going to actually identify what all of these desires are conflicting desires, what all of these desires are complicating desires, and what all are contradictory desires. So this is what we all are going to be doing. Are you all ready? Should we understand this a little more deeply? Listen, actually, this really clicked with me the first time I heard it. So every Paramashivoham, I make participants do this. Just close your eyes. You're all going to just visualize whatever I'm going to be telling you few things. You're going to visualize that now. All right? Please close your eyes. I'm walking. I am running. I am standing. I am sitting. I am swimming. Visualize whatever I'm saying as the actions you're doing. I am talking. I am dancing. Right? I am not sitting. I am not standing. I am not singing. I am not swimming. Relax. How many of you notice every time we said the word I am swimming or I am dancing, I am singing, I am walking, you were able to clearly visualize an action. But the same thing when it comes to I am not standing, I am not singing. You did not have a positive action for it. You either visualize if I'm saying the word I am not standing, you will probably visualize yourself sitting or probably jumping, right? There is no clear action for this negative word. Like whenever I'm saying a not, your mind can't actually perceive it. How many of you are clicking with it? How many of you are like, yes, that's right. Please post it in the chat if you're able to click with it. When we say the word not, how many of you are noticing that you cannot visualize it? Saint Dennis, Kalai Selvan, Aya, and Satyajata Aya. Okay. Robert Ramaya. Okay. See, and Deepak Katar. Okay. Good. Happy that all of you are able to grasp it and understand it clearly. Listen carefully. This is what we are doing in our life also. We keep saying, I want to get rid of this poverty. I want to get rid of this poverty. You go on visualizing poverty. You go on empowering that word poverty. It's not just a visualization, it's what you empower. And then you think that, okay, I keep saying every day, I create my desire saying that I don't want to be poor. Look, again, I end up being poor. We go on thinking that why it is happening. But the reason behind why it is happening is this conflicting desire. Meaning, in the same desire, you have a conflict within it. How many of you are getting it? In the same sentence, you have two things conflicting. I want to get rid of my headache. You want to get rid of it, and you also have, in the same sentence, you're also having another word which is empowering that headache. You cannot visualize these negative things. That's why in Gurukul, actually, our original language, how we talk in Gurukul, is like it will not be as I, me, my, no, not. We we will usually say avoid wanting, zero. That's all. So there is zero negative words, and like it will be as Mata Supriya wants this. Mata Supriya avoids wanting this. This is a very amazing. I feel so blessed growing up in Swamiji's Gurukul because the language that we were trained to talk is this language. Now, for the sake of programs, so that like people also understand, we say I, me, my, or say no, not, all of these. But originally in the Gurukul, we do not talk these words. See, because the negative words actually don't have the no or a not, does not have any positive visualization. Instead, you go on empowering these negative ones. I mean, if you're understanding this, can you all put yes in the chat? If you're understanding this, please put yes in the chat. No. Okay. See, Deepakaya, listen to this carefully. For example, let us say that you don't want to have loans, right? Now, you go on thinking inside of you that, oh, I want to get rid of my loans. I don't want loans. I don't want loans. Now, you're trying to perish if you have that as your desire inside of you. There is no positive visualization. There is no action. You're only saying, I don't want it. I don't want it. That I don't want loan again and again makes you remember loans. That again and again you're empowering loans over there in your thought. Your thoughts are powerful. Your thoughts have a power. So when you go on empowering those thoughts, it becomes a contradictory desire. Like in one same desire, you have two things contradicting each other. You're understanding? This is called as a contradictory desire. Now, this next one, conflicting desires. Conflicting desires means you have two desires, both are conflicting each other. Like one of the participants had posted, I want to become a millionaire, but I don't want to go to office and work. I don't want to work. So one side you want to earn wealth, one more side you have a desire of not working. That two things are conflicting desires. Best example, I'm sure most of you would be able to relate to it. You night, you're just saying, I'm going to hit the gym tomorrow morning. You get your gym set ready, you get everything ready, you sleep. And next morning, you also have a desire to go and hit that snooze button on your alarm just to have a little more sleep. And you miss your gym. So this, like where you have one desire at one point in time, one more desire at another point in time, these two are conflicting with each other. So these two are called as conflicting desires. First, we learned about contradictory. Same desire, but it's like a negative desire that you have. You are empowering something that you don't actually want to have. When you say the sentence, I really don't want this headache. Instead, you should empower it as I want to have a healthy body. See, the very visualization in you will change. When you say, I don't want to have loans, the things it triggers inside of you versus when you say, I want to be extremely wealthy. I want to be wealthy. I want to be so rich. The word, the desires itself will give you a different energy. How many of you are getting it now? Are you all clear with this contradictory desires and then conflicting desires? Contradictory means in the same desire, you have two things contradicting each other. Conflicting desires, two desires conflicting with each other. Now, third one, complicating desires. Listen to this very carefully. Complicating desires means you have a desire, you want something, but you go on working for something else. For example, in your office, you want to have the position of a CEO. You're very clear that's That's what you want to have. That's your desire. You go on trying to work to please your manager. Where you, and then you think that you don't even have a clear thinking or a working focus towards what you want. You want something, but you're doing something else. It is like you want to be wealthy, your whole desire is to be wealthy, but you go on working to get name and fame. Like instead of touching your nose like this, you're trying to get your hand all the way from behind your head to touch your nose. Sometimes you may or you may not touch it. But where you complicate it, when things can be straightforward, complicated. These are called as complicating desire. I mean, if you understood these three C's, contradictory desires, where in the same desire you have two things, like you want something, but it's contradicting with what you are even desiring. What you're desiring and versus what you're actually empowering in that desire is contradictory with each other. Next, conflicting. Two desires that are conflicting with each other. You want to go, you want to be the boss of the company, you want to be that supreme authority in your company, and at the same time, you by night you just want to just throw off everything. You want to just be free and relax, chill. Conflicting desire, complicating desire. You want something, but you just complicate it so much. Like you want to be rich, but you go on working for name and fame. Like the direction where you're working itself will be like complicating by the time you reach your destination. You want to be the CEO, but you go on working to please just your manager. Are you understanding? Or if you are clear with all these three, because this you need to analyze this for your desires related to wealth. Ma Stephanie Dieter, I went through your message. Ma Stephanie. Yes, I read your message. Good. See, your desire to be a sannyasi, that you want to be a sannyasi, just empower that. I have been seeing your sincerity with which you keep coming and sitting and attending the session. Take the step to be a sannyasi. I know you have already signed up. Just empower that. That empowering what you empower, what you want, what you empower is powerful enough to make what you want happen. Ichha Shakti is more powerful than Kriya Shakti. Your desire to be a millionaire, that desire, if you don't have conflicts in it, you don't have complications in it, you don't have contradictions in it, that desire, Ichha Shakti, is so powerful. You don't even need to worry about, oh God, what work I have to do for it. It will just manifest as reality. That's the power of Ichha Shakti. So, Ma Stephanie, just you have a beautiful cognition. I appreciate your cognition. Take a step. Now, maybe we'll actually have one of our team members to reach out to you. You take the step to become a sannyasi. All right? Empower that. You have such a, I see many times I read your cognition, very good cognitions you have. Empower that. How many of you are understanding this so far? Can we all now analyze your own desire? You're going to see, okay, for example, Ma Ganapati. Now, just take a few minutes Write down whatever desires you have, right? All of you listen. All the desires, look into it. How many have conflicts in it? How many have contradictions in it? How many have complications in it? Ma Reshma Shetty is asking, Ma, what do you mean by empower that thought? Go on cherishing the thought that you want to make it as a reality. Understand, most of the times, because of the contradictions and conflicts within our thought, you try to empower two different things. It's like you either want to go this side or that side. But at the time, you try to pull both sides. It's not going to work. Are you understanding? It's constant tug of war going on inside of you. Now, you need to drop that. You're going to, first, you need to do completion. That's what we are going to do now, where you're going to first identify, okay, where all am I having conflicting desires? How many of my desires are conflicting? How many of my desires are complicating? How many of my desires are contradictory? You're going to spend some time with yourself, analyze these things, and then you're going to complete with it so that you can very powerfully empower yourself such that just more and more you cherish something will just become a reality. You understanding? Reshma Shetty, why don't you come in camera? And if any of you are here for the first time or this is your first program that you're attending, kindly let us know in the chat. If you are wanting to be anonymous, like you don't want your names to be read out, you can just message the PSM Tech Team ID. That would be the ID through which you're seeing our feed in all of your rooms. You can just message directly to that ID. And even if your questions that you don't want us to read out your name, you can just message us a direct message to that ID. Okay, shall we all enter into this? Please do this exercise sincerely. And if you have any kind of questions or doubts, feel free to ask. Don't don't feel like, can I ask, can I not ask? Feel free to ask. Make sure you're clearly understanding every step, because this would be very, very, very powerfully making your desires manifest as a reality. Sit and work on it now. Identify where all you have conflicting desires, contradictory desires, and complicating desires. Please make sure you clearly describe these. All right. Now, I hope all of you have written down clearly seeing, okay, which all are my conflicting desires, what all are my complicating desires, and what all are my contradictory desires. Have all of you finished writing? If any of you have any questions during this, please feel free to ask. You can post it in the chat. Mahongli Wang, Nithyananda, I want money to directly appear into my bank account whenever I need, but do not believe this can happen. What should I do? See, first and foremost thing, Ma, for that, you need to have that strong desire inside of you without any self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial. And second thing, go on empowering your power manifestation more and more, because this cannot happen logically. It can only happen through power manifestation. It is possible. There are tons of people who have done it. And sometimes when your intention for something is so strong, when that intention is so powerful, it is powerful enough to break free from those contradictions, complications inside of you, and it just becomes reality. I have an agreement with myself that I do not borrow money for my personal pleasure. I need to save and use and only use money that I indeed have. Would that be conflict free? See, end of the day, it is not what society is trying to instill on us. In socially, we are being told one biggest myth is poverty, being poor is very sacred. We give a lot of sacredness for being poor. How many of you are understanding this? You feel like, I really used to think, oh, this person looks so humble because they're so poor. And you feel that, oh, rich people are very arrogant people. It is a cognition that the society is instilling inside of you. And you go on believing that, okay, we go on believing these myths and trying to judge ourselves with all of these. First and foremost thing, being poor is not equal to being sacred. Being rich is not equal to being arrogant. Second, if some desire is creating a conflict in you, for example, you feel that, "Oh, I will not borrow any money. I am very clear what I have is more than enough for me." And it is not creating another desire in you. No, 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 I still want to have. If there are not two conflicting desires in you, be very clear, be very sure. Ma Krista Menard, you have a conflict free desire in you. But one side you have taken, you feel like, I have this as a commitment with myself. I don't want to borrow money. On the other side, I, I do want to have this. I want to have that. And it's okay. Can I borrow? This conflict, if it is coming, then it is called as a conflicting desire. It is about what end of the day, what is it making you feel inside of you? That's all is going to decide whether it's a conflicting desire or a conflict free desire. Are you understanding, Ma? Okay, wonderful. Sonal Gupta, Nithyanandam, is this the first time you're here? Ma Sonal Gupta, Nithyanandam, is this the first time you're here? I see many of you are posting your conflicting desires in the chat. You don't need to post it. Oh, you want to check? Okay. I'll Mazolin Lim. Okay, it's not the first time. Wonderful. I'm seeing you here first time. Nice to see you. Where are you from? Masonal? Zolin Lim. Conflicting desires. I want to earn a lot of money through investment, but at the same time, Investment can also make you lose a lot of money. Uh, See, you're not right now writing the conflicts you have with your beliefs. You're going to be writing the conflicting desires that you have. Meaning, one side you want to earn a lot of money through investment, and one more side you also want to spend that money into something else. That's called as conflicting desire. You understanding now? You need to look into that. Conflict desire. I want to earn a lot of money through investment, but at the same time, when opportunities come, I hesitate because I need to put money into invest it first. That's what. Ma Zolan Lim. Only when your relationship with money becomes complete, these fears in you will drop. First, the relationship with money has to become complete. Hate making money, but love donate. Is create this is this creating money conflict? Not really, but you don't want to make money, but you feel like you want to donate, and the donating thing, if you are also having a fear associated with it that, oh God, if I keep donating, how am I going to gain money? Because I hate making money. Then that's a conflict. Uh, Zolan Lim, listen carefully. No worries, I'll explain to you. Listen step by step. Okay? For example, you want to create, you want to have a huge money, like you want to really earn a lot. At the same time, you are afraid to take any step, like what you've identified, right? So you also don't want to take a risk. That would be a conflicting desire. You're understanding now? Same thing you written, just write it a little, just little more deeper. You'll understand the conflict in it. If any of you are not understanding, feel free to ask, and I highly recommend all of you to please be on camera and attend the session by being on camera. Satyajata Shivaya has posted Sadbhashaya. That's what we speak in Gurukula. In Gurukul, it's always we will avoid saying like I, me, my, no, not. It's very, very different. It's where we'll be saying avoid, zero, and mostly it will be positive sentences. So what we want, what we are talking, it will be very clear what we want. All right. So now I hope all of you have understood and done the exercise. Let's move on to the next session. We are going to be entering into the power manifestation section now. Let's enter into the power manifestation section. We have Manitya Shambhananda who's going to be joining.
Now, let's continue. And with this completion space, the more and more we do completion, all the energy that up till now that has been going into those incompletions, into those conflicts. See, ultimately a conflict takes energy, right? Any complication, any conflicts, any contradictions always take energy from our life. Now, when we are completing that, when we are diagnosing them within us and deciding not to put our energy in them anymore, so much becomes opened up. Now, at the fundamental level, it depends on where we put our awareness. Now, if I put my awareness on, if I go to my job properly every day and if I work to my best capacity, I'm going to make money, then that is what you're going to have to do. But now, if we put our awareness on, if I hold the space of abundance within me, wealth has to come to me. There is a very beautiful thing that Vivekananda says. He says that in my country, when he had gone to the US, he says that in my country, if we want wealth, we go and sit under a tree. Anything we want in Hinduism, we go sit under a tree and meditate. Why? Because of the fundamental understanding that science that there is nothing external. It's only the consciousness, the way you create your space is how the external world manifests. Take the example of a dream. Okay, now you're going to go to sleep and then you have a dream. Now in your dream you have let's say you have a huge uh, a huge shop you're running and you're earning so much money. You're just sitting in home the whole day, you don't have to do anything, you have a business, it's running on its own, and you're earning so much money. But that money you've earned, when you wake up, is it useful for you? No. Same thing in the dream. You're being chased by lions, by tigers, you're about to die, you have one side a cliff with a snake pit below, and this side you have three lions about to jump on you. Is it going to matter when you wake up? Or even something simple, you break your leg in your dream. You're not going to go to the hospital when you wake up, because you know that it is your own projection. Swamiji very beautifully says, the money, the wealth you have in this reality and in your dream reality is one and the same. The same way as I can create an infinite amount of wealth in my dream, I can create it even in this reality. The minute we understand that this reality is a projection of mine, it's designed, it's created by me. Now, when we apply this to power manifestation, the object in front of me that it's of a defined size is what I have put out there. I have colored it like that. I have drawn it and I have colored it of that size. So if I decide now, I can just erase it and draw it much bigger. Are we all understanding this? Now, let's do the power of Mahima again, where we're going to increase the size of an object. See, when we do it with a single object in front of us, when we see the results happening, you will realize, you will understand the science of how to apply this to everything. I know Ma Hongdi Wang have been saying, you want to, through power manifestation, you can increase your bank balance. It's just about understanding the science. Currently, what numbers are appearing on your screen, on the bank, on the ATM screen, is put out there by you. Currently, the amount of wealth you know you have is created by you, is projected out there. Like how a TV screen, only what the signal it gets, it's going to show. The reality is also just the signal you give it. Like a dream. It's what you create in your dream is what's going to be there. You have created it. Exactly the same way. This is the good news actually. And the best news is you can change it. And that is the science with which Swamiji is empowering us. So I request all of you to keep any object in front of you. See, any object you feel connected with as wealth. As today's full day is about wealth manifestation, whether it's some semi-precious or precious items, something that you feel connected to as wealth. Can I request all of us to keep some object in front of us? If at all you have some deities that you feel very connected to, you can keep that. You can use your Atmalinga also. Measure its current size and take a photo right now. So if you have a scale or a measuring tape, you can use that. Or else you can just take a piece of paper and outline the object with a pen or pencil. Take a before photo. You can take a timestamp, you can install a timestamp app and take a before photo of your object. Let's all do this. Today we are going to break the mind. Today we are going to make sure that life is abundance from us, from the cosmic principles, where we are no longer matter trying to move matter, but we are space, just drawing, creating it, printing it into our reality. Now, once you have measured the size of the object, sit straight, start chanting the Mahavakya intensely. Connect to Swamiji. Now, here's a very important thing. If we focus on the result of what is happening at the matter level, if that's where our attention is, we are again reducing it to matter. Forget that there's an object in front of you. Forget that you want wealth. Forget everything. Unclutch from it. Just sit and remember, I am Paramashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. I am eternal bliss. I am Swamiji. I am the ultimate auspiciousness. I am Paramashiva. The Mahavakya, that frequency, chant. Raise yourself. Just sit and experience yourself as Paramashiva. Anyways, it is Paramashiva who's manifesting my reality now. Do not try to think, oh, is it manifesting, opening one eye, checking, oh, has it moved? No. Sit till the end of this round. Chant the Mahavakya intensely and drop any cognition you have of an external reality. Just chant the Mahavakya, unclutch, and go into your inner space. See, this is all very much possible for all of us. We see from the life of Agastya, where when the mountain, Vindhya mountain, got jealous of Meru. So there's a story, there's an incident from the Puranas that say that Vindhya got jealous of Meru, saying that the sun does pradakshina, does the circumambulation for Meru alone. Why not for me? I will block the sun. And he starts growing taller, 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 taller. He grows so tall that he starts blocking the movement of the sun. So the Vindhya mountain is situated between the north and south of India. So the southern area of India starts needing the sunlight because, as they say, darkness is the place where the demons arise. So all the devas go, Surya Deva goes and prays to Rishi Agastya. Please, we need your help. So Agastya goes and see, many people try. Paramashiva comes, Vishnu comes, lot of people come to try to stop Vindhya, but he's not ready to listen to anyone. But just the space of Agastya, the Guru, when he says that, Vindhya, I need to go that side, I'm very old, I cannot climb all over you, you reduce your height, as soon as I come back, you can increase your height again. Saying this, Agastya goes and never comes back. But see the power, he was able to reduce the size of a mountain itself. This is the extent that it's possible for each and every one of us. It is not a story. It is very much a science that all of us can experience. Let's all start. Chant the Mahavakya intensely. Connect to Paramashiva. Unclutch and manifest the power of increasing the size of your object. Gita Sege, you can surely do that, ma. Along with the object, you can definitely open up your bank account and keep it. And don't visualize your bank account becoming bigger. You're going to manifest it, ma. This is a creation of reality. It's not just some visualizations we're doing. We are making a reality. See, it's very important to understand. Right now, the money you're seeing in your bank account is created by you. That's the good news, because now, the minute you understand that it's you who has created it, you know that you can create it as you want. So yes, ma, you can definitely keep your bank account open online and just manifest with that increasing that number.
Lullaby for Samadhi and
Ma
Suprabhatam,
Alexandra,
wake up
ma,
call,
you don't
wake
need
up
someone else.
song
You are manifesting it.
for
Ma, you itself can
Paramashiva.
increase the
This
numbers
Mahamahavagyam
in your bank account. That is
is
that
spiritual
is the
lullaby
reality.
for
See,
you
our
call it
reality is created
Samadhi.
by us. That is the truth. When
Suprabhatam,
you just
wake up song
realize it, you
for
get to play with your reality as you want.
Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition.
When
This
see, many times we're not able to
Mahamahavagyam
cognize how can I do it.
puts me in
Just go with this
Samadhi.
cognition.
This is
Swamiji is
spiritual
Paramashiva.
lullaby for
I have
Samadhi
experienced it.
and
He is telling me it's possible. He is
Suprabhatam.
telling me I
Wake
am
up
Paramashiva.
song for Paramashiva in
Imagine,
me.
understand, if
For Paramashiva to
Paramashiva
manifest.
himself has taken a physical body to
With
come
this
and tell
one
you that you are
spiritual
Paramashiva,
powerful
how can
cognition,
you not be Paramashiva? Imagine, it's literally
chant this
God Himself has come down
Mahamahavagyam.
and telling you something. Then what a being you must be. Remember that, and all the manifestation will happen.
Mahamahavagyam, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavagyam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, let's all now verify. You can take another picture of the object, see how the change has happened. When even one cognition throughout the day, so many different powerful cognitions, so many different understandings given, even one clicks, it will transform your life. It will make the power manifestation happen. The more you do power manifestation, the more the powerful cognitions will click with you. The more the powerful cognitions click with you, the more power manifestation will happen. Just keep at it, keep the space in Paramashiva. Everything will just manifest. Now, we're going to enter into the next session. At a very fundamental level, based on what society has taught us, we have an understanding that having a desire is wrong. It's wrong to want something. But Swamiji says that desires are not wrong. It is these contradictions, these conflicts, and these complications that make the desire wrong. Now, we're going to be entering into a very beautiful process to purify our desires. Let's now understand this and experience it from Swamiji himself.
Please listen. The next layer we are going to work is breathing layer, pranamaya kosha. In Sanskrit we say pranamaya kosha, breathing layer. See, prana is the energy which your body absorbs while you are breathing. Please understand. Prana is the energy your body absorbs while you are breathing. Air itself is not prana, but the energy which comes through the air is prana. Air is like a vehicle. Air is like a vehicle. On a physiological level, prana refers to your circulatory and respiratory systems. See, prana does 5 things inside you. Inhalation, that's called prana. Vyana means the air which goes inside and stays in you. Third, udana, the air which goes inside and spreads all over the body. Samana, the air which leaves your body. Apana, the air which does cleaning process in your body. Actually, these 5 movements of air energy inside you, as totally called as pranic layer. Please listen. I'll repeat once more. The 5 breathing activity happens in you. Inhaling, holding, exhaling, spreading all over your body, and cleaning. These 5 put together is called pranic layer. And all the energy which happens during the breathing process gives life to you. So please understand, prana is one of the important source of life. In this layer, all our desires are stored. Desire related patterns, desire related engrams, desire related samskaras are stored in this layer. Please listen. Listen carefully. Your desires are your life. Your desires are your life. Listen. It's your desires which infuse life into you, and it's your desires which infuse energy into you. Same way, conflicts in your desires brings tiredness in you. Contradictions in your desires brings boredom in you. Confusions in your desires bring frustration in you. Please understand. Your desires are your life. Conflict in your desires bring confusion in you. Conflict in your desires bring tiredness in you. Confusions in your desires bring frustration in you. Its contradiction in your desires bring boredom in you. Actually, if your desire is pure, every breath you inhale and exhale will make the desire into reality. When your desires have conflict, confusion and contradiction, every breath brings tiredness, boredom, frustration in you. Every breath is like a air blower into balloon. Your desires are the shape of the balloon. If the shape of the balloon is Tom and Jerry, when you blow the air, you will have Tom and Jerry. Conflict, constant conflict. If the shape of the balloon is just round, when you blow the air into that balloon, you will have a round balloon. The shape of the balloon is tall. When you blow the air into it, you will see tall balloon. Your breath infuses energy into your desire. So the one and only thing you need to do in your life is not giving up desire, but removing the conflicts, confusions, contradictions in your desires. Please understand. Renunciation is not giving up your desires, it is giving up conflicts, contradictions, confusions in your desire. One of the biggest mess up happened in the field of spirituality is wrong understanding. Renunciation means giving up desires. That's the worst understanding happened or misunderstanding happened in the spiritual field. Raga means attachment. Araga means detachment. Viraga means renouncing the conflicts, confusion and complications of desires. You need viraga, vairagya. Viraga becomes vairagya. Please understand, renouncing desires is not what we want. Renouncing the complications, contradictions, confusions is all we want. Renouncing complications, confusions and contradictions. That's all we need. That's all we need. First thing we need to do, identify the contradicting, conflicting and complicating desires. What all the desires you have which contradicts, conflicts, complicates. First, conflicting desire means having a desire which conflicts itself. In the one statement itself will create a conflict and wrong energy. I'll give you an example. Somebody has a headache. He goes on repeating, I want to get rid of headache. I want to get rid of headache. When you repeat this again and again, this statement itself will keep the headache alive. Because every time you are remembering headache, when you utter the word headache, the headache becomes stronger and stronger in you. The real word you need to repeat inside is, I should become healthy. My head should become healthy. See, the words you repeat inside you are equivalent to food you take every day. Suddenly overnight nobody is going to become obese. Suddenly overnight nobody is going to become fit. It's every day what you eat makes you one day obese. Every day what you eat makes you one day healthy. Listen, the words you repeat inside makes you either frustrated or spiritually awakened. The conflicting words you go on repeating inside you takes away the possibility you have for yourself. Second, contradicting desires. Having two or more desires at the same time which contradict each other, which you cannot fulfill at the same time. For example, you want to become a CEO and be an active life from morning till evening, managers meetings, team meetings, and people listening to your words, commands, decisions. You want to be a person who calls the shots, rolling chair, and active life. One, you aspire for that. The other side, you want to throw away everything, go and lie down in the beach, resting. This contradicting desires. Same way, third, complicating desires means having a desire which gets complicated without direct understanding and right clarity. This is when you don't have intelligence to take the direct and straight steps to fulfill the desires. You go round and round and round. You want money, but you are working in the direction of having name and fame. You go round and round and round, fulfilling something else. It's like you want name and fame, but you are working in the direction of having money. I'll give you an example. You want to learn painting, but first you learn stitching and then drawing. Finally, by the time you learn painting, you have become too old. This complicating desires, understand that many times you want pleasure, but you get into painful lifestyle. It's like the joy you enjoy when you are romancing and dating. You want that permanently and you get married. That's it. I think this example everyone understands. If you are getting married, for the sake of retaining the joy you experience while you are romancing and dating, that can be a very apt example of complicating desires. What you want is different and what you do is different. End up in complication. Now, please sit and dig out the contradicting desires, conflicting desires and complicating desires you have. Cleansing the pranamaya kosha. And please start digging out these patterns and engrams. Now, again, awakening your Kundalini Shakti, infusing into your pranamaya, breathing layer, will make you get out of these conflicting, confusing, contradicting patterns. Please understand, whenever you become powerless in front of a desire, that becomes conflict, that becomes confusing, that becomes complicating. Listen carefully. Whenever you become powerless in front of your desires, those are the moments the conflicting, contradicting, confusing knots are created in your desire pattern. So naturally those knots does not allow the fulfillment or completion of your desires. Now, one, by understanding and completing, second, by awakening your Kundalini Shakti. In both ways, I'll help you to overcome these complications, conflicts and confusions. This kriya we are going to do, the process we are going to do now, is a very powerful process to awaken your Kundalini and your pranic layer, so that you can be free from all this conflict, confusion, complications of your desires. So listen, the first step, listen to the first step. Inhale as slowly as possible. Hold as long as possible. Exhale as slowly as possible. Hold your lungs empty as long as possible. Listen. Inhale as slowly as possible, comfortably. Hold as long as possible, comfortably. Exhale as slowly as possible, comfortably. Keep your lungs empty as long as possible, comfortably. If you already have high blood pressure, any problem in the lungs, any heart disorders, any other serious illness, please do not do this kriya. Others, do it very sincerely, as much as you are comfortable. Let's start the process. During the process, you should be standing. Please stand up. 3 feet gap between both the legs. Put your legs wide apart. Inhale and exhale. As slowly as possible and as deeply as possible. Please tie the ribbon. Please close your eyes and tie the ribbon. Inhale. As slowly as you can. Hold as long as you can. Exhale as slowly as you can. Hold the lungs empty as long as you can. Again start inhaling as slowly as you can. Please start. Continue again after a few minutes of break. The same breathing process. Others, please continue as slowly as possible, as comfortably as possible. Relax. Please settle down wherever you are. You can have few minutes break and then gather for next session. Shivoham process. The process to awaken your Kundalini Shakti directly. Let's get ready for Shivoham process. Let's gather for next session. Thank you. Be blissful. When you say, how will the Awakening Wealth Conscious program help me? It will align your whole thought current and consciousness towards life positive and wealth positive. Now you may be operating from the cognitions of wealth negative. So once your cognitions are aligned, please understand, whether you work or not, even your breathing gives life to your cognition. That is why don't go near bad people. Even if you breathe their air, it is bad for you. They will somehow put the negativity in you. Your whole cognition will be tuned towards wealth positive, life positive. Naturally, you will manifest that in your life. Understand, giving 1 crore does not make somebody wealthier. Somebody who feels wealthy gives 1 crore. Understand, abundance is the confidence they have on themselves and their existence to manifest as much as they want, so they go on sharing, breathing out so that they can breathe in. They know they can breathe in, that is why they breathe out. If you are doubting, will I be able to breathe in and hold the breath inside, you will be dead. They breathe out because they know they can breathe in. They share because they know they can generate. They share because they know they can create. They share because they know they can manifest. Understand? Giving 1 crore does not make you wealthier. Person who feels wealthier gives 1 crore. Many of your desires, your movements, your actions, you complicate. Because you have a prejudice, it cannot be solved. All of you understand? How you relate with yourself. Conflicting, contradicting, complicating the desires. I also wanted you to understand how you relate with yourself. In two ways you relate with yourself. First, the lower identity or the lower ideas you carry about you, or the higher identity, higher ideas you carry about you. If I have to give an example, very small things sometimes you feel, no, I cannot walk 3 floors and go to my office. So I don't want that job. Sometimes very small things, you complicate it so much and you really believe it is a big problem. I am giving you one example. But look inside, you will see hundreds of examples where such a small thing, because of the lower ideas you carry about you, and same way sometimes you carry very high ideas about you, and very difficult things, very difficult for others, you finish it so easily because the ideas you carry about you. Now first I want you to work. I'll give you a small exercise to work on the ideas you carry about you, so that I'll lead you to the next level of conflicting, contradicting, complicating desires. You felt very low and unhappy. Describe the incident and write down the experience you had about yourself. Contemplate and write down the lowest ideas you carry about you. I am not capable, I am not good enough, I am a failure, whatever you are carrying. Second, recollect the first incident in your life when you had the first idea about money. What were your first thoughts and engrams about money? Third, scan your whole life and identify if you had incidents in your life where you are left incomplete in aspect of money. Means feeling unfulfilled because of money. Write down the wounds that got created in you and in your relationships because of money. Answer these 3 questions. I will make you understand conflicting, contradicting, complicating desires, and how the higher identity, lower identity you carry. It is almost like a bypass surgery. Please, I will give you an example. When I say write down any wounds that got created in you in your relationship because of money, somebody asked you money, you did not give and the relationship is broken. Or you gave money to somebody and they did not return it, the relationship is broken. Or you asked money, they did not give and the relationship is broken. Mention all those, record all that. Then I will give you the deeper insights. First thing, you do not manifest what you desire, but you manifest what you believe. You manifest what you perceive. You manifest what you cognize. If you cognize struggle as you, if you believe you as a struggle, you will manifest only that. If you believe, if you cognize, if you perceive you as the ups and downs, you will manifest only that in your life. So the first basic truth. So if you perceive yourself as a struggle, you will manifest only that. And you desire health, wealth, joy, completion, enlightenment, stress-free, beautiful, blissful, content life, but you perceive you are not qualified for that, or that is not going to happen for you. You are not capable of taking responsibility for that. Unfortunately, you manifest what you perceive, not what you desire. Unfortunately, you manifest what you believe, not what you desire. Now, this gap, struggle, is what I call incompletions, mental patterns. When the completion starts happening, your perception, your beliefs become your desires. Your desire and your beliefs becoming one is what I call completion. Then simply you start manifesting. What do you want to manifest? Listen carefully. Whatever you want to be, enlightened, healthy, wealthy, whatever, the actual work you need to do is on your fears. Actual work you need to do is on your fears. You are working on many wrong things. You think you need to work on your desires. You think you need to work on your energy. You think you need to work on your activism. You need to work on your intelligence. No, I'm telling you, intelligence is not information. It is ability to handle information. That comes only when you crack down your fears. In the path of enlightenment, if fear is a wall, desire is just a small rope hanging between two poles. Guilt may be a small one thorny bush in one corner, which you may not even need to attend. Many things which you may not even need to face, you go on wasting your time on it, working on it. Actually, what you need to face, you need to crack down on your fear. That is the most important wall you need to break. Even here, the secrets of attracting wealth, the most important thing you need to break is your fear. You need to crack is your fear. It's for the courageous. Actually, I see, from my own experience, I tell you, wealth worships the feet of courageous people. End of the whole secret. You may think, looks too plain, too bland. Internalize your inner space. Internalize this truth. Use this truth as a weapon to beat yourself down. Understand? If you beat yourself with the truth, you will never collapse. You will raise up. Wrong part of you will be broken, destroyed. Not the right part. If you beat yourself with lies and luxuries, you will unnecessarily not only create powerlessness, you will be growing in wrong direction. Drill yourself with this one truth. If you carry the idea, oh, if I become wealthy, I may become arrogant. I have seen many wealthy people becoming arrogant, abusive. If you carry that idea, you will never allow the wealth to become part of you. Go deeper into your cognition, biomemory, where the cognitions are stored, biomemory. And remove the cognitions you have against abundance, boredom. If you complete that, you can manifest multiple powers which will just attract. Please understand, you carry certain magnetic power, magnetic energy field in your biomemory, which is responsible for attracting the type of people, situations around you in your life. Sometimes people come and tell me, I all the time attract the people who abuse me, Swamiji. Means you are enjoying it. You are very happy about the victim feeling. You think that is the best safe identity with which you can survive. No. You are not Sati, you are Parvati. Understand? Ultimately, your bioenergy, Kundalini, should be awakened by a proper method. Known or unknown, you can complete. You can be out of it. It is possible. It is possible. I'll explain the science of completion. Understand, this one technique can help you whether you want to get rid of your headache or your whole ignorance and get into enlightenment. Whether you want as simple as healing your headache or as complicated as enlightenment. Anything, this one technique can give you. This one technique, it is a complete end-to-end, alpha to omega. It's from Sadashiva directly. In the Agama, 94th verse, 22nd technique. The chapter is called Shivajnanopanishad and also called as Vijnana Bhairava. Chittatyanta kritir nasti mamantar bhavayet iti vigalpanam abhavena vigalpair uchito bhavet. You don't have to remember. I am uttering every time so that I will remember. That's all. No, it is just to keep the purity of the teaching. I want all of you to know, whatever I am sharing with you is my personal enlightenment experience, which is in tune with the earlier master's experience. My apta pramana, my atma pramana in tune with the apta pramana, means the earlier masters. The Shastra Pramana. Only that can become your Sakshi Pramana. Never learn from a person who does not have Atma Pramana, enlightenment. He will be only Pandit, repeating. Same way, never learn from a person who claims, yes, enlightenment, but does not keep his experience in tune with the Shastra Pramana and shares with you. It's always dangerous. Maybe it must have been good for him, but we don't know whether it is good for all of you. The Atma Pramana should always be acid washed with Apta Pramana, Shastra Pramana. Only that can become Sakshi Pramana, experiential reality for you. Never learn from anybody who has only knowledge, not experience. Same way, never learn from somebody who claims having only experience and does not connect, purify, make it in tune with the Shastra and presents it to you. There is always a danger. If you don't bother about the Shastra Pramana, you may be having kakka biryani. Be careful. Listen. To keep the purity of the teachings, I keep the original Sanskrit verses. I'll give you the translation now. Consciously feel within the mind stuff of past memories of incompletion with its activities as mind, intellect and ego not existing in me. By contemplating this way in your inner space, disidentify from the past impressions and memories of completion. Put your active attention at the space of past happening. Relive these imagined impressions and memories of incompletion. Then the mind stop having fully ceased from its present characteristics of forming thought patterns and cognitions is complete. Thus you become complete and achieve the original space of complete completion. Listen, now I will explain. I have read out the translation. I will explain what to do. Now you wrote many of the patterns, incompletions, thought currents you are having about money, ideas, cognitions you developed about money from the young age. Do only one thing. Just go back to that same age when the incidents happened in you, the cognition started building in you, the beliefs started building in you, the idea started building in you, the perception started building in you. Relive the same situation. I am not asking you just remember. Remembering means, for example, something happened at the age of 7 which is still hurting you about money. You asked 1 rupee from your uncle and he did not give, but he gave it to his son. It's still sitting and hurting. If now you are 47, this happened 7. You being 47-year-old person and remembering what happened at the age of 7 is remembering. Forget you are 47. Forget who you are now. You may be having millions. Just become that 7-year-old who asked and did not receive. For you that 1 rupee must have been almost life. I have seen people, they develop even wheezing when they were not given as simple as a chocolate or an ice cream by their friend or family or brother. I've seen. Because for a child, it may be life. Just go back, forget who you are now. Become that person. When that incident happened, relive. Just see what has happened at that time. You will see many of the unknown, suppressed emotions will break. And I tell you, many diseases will be healed. I have seen people walking out of tumors, cancers, asthma, wheezing, just by completion. Because many of your diseases have their roots in some of the incompletions of the past. When you relive, many pain parts in you breaks. Pain bodies collapse. The pain patterns melt down, which completes many other issues which you don't even remember. I have seen when people do completion, to complete the wealth related incompletions, suddenly they get into health, because the same incompletions which created wealth issues only were creating health issues. When they melt down, people become free even from both. Listen carefully. I'll repeat once more. Now you would have written so many patterns, incompletions, thought currents, ideas, cognitions. Take few minutes. Go back to each incident, each pain, each hurting. Relive, relive, relive. Don't justify what happened. Don't try to console yourself. No consolation will work. No justification will work. Neither help others nor try to help yourself. Just relive. I've seen when somebody has tears, others try to console. No, relax. You are not more compassionate than me. Let me do that job. You don't interfere in my job. Let you just go through. Even you don't try to console yourself. That is not going to work. If something has to break inside, let it break. It's okay. When you relive, the powerlessness, incompletion, loses power over you. I'll guide you step by step. And I commit with you, I'll lead you all to completion. And I know how to awaken, trigger the incompletions in you and break them. Help you to relive and relieve.
Sorry, Nithyanandam, are you able to hear me now? Yes. So this is the exact process that all of us are going to be doing right now. Swamiji very clearly gave us a step and told us how that first cognitions that we got about wealth that are there sitting inside of us, deep inside of us, and how we are going to be completing with those wealth restricting patterns, changing from being wealth negative to becoming wealth positive. So this is what we all are going to be working on right now. So can I request all the participants to take a few minutes first and post all the clicks that you got so far? Whatever clicks you have gotten so far. Awakening wealth conscious will align your whole thought current and consciousness towards life positive and wealth positive. Now, you may be operating from the cognitions of wealth negative. Many of your desires, your movements, your actions, you complicate because you have a prejudice. It cannot be solved. In two ways, you relate with yourself. First, the lower identity or the lower ideas that you carry about you, or the higher identity, the higher ideas you carry about you. If, for example, very small thing, sometimes you feel, no, I cannot walk 3 floors and go to my office, so I don't want that job. Sometimes very small things, you complicate it so much and you really believe it is a big problem that you have. How many of you are able to relate with this? How many of you are able to see, yes, that's so right. Even I can see in my life that many times something very small, I complicate it like so big. How many of you are able to see this in your life? Oh, I have to tell you this. I used to carry this cognition. I shared this earlier. For me, was doing yoga on this Malakamba. We have a huge, uh, like I think it's about 8, 9, I think about 10 feet tall, 10 feet tall pole we have. And so you're supposed, it's like a wooden pole, like a thick, it'll be, I think, like a pillar kind of a thing. And it'll be completely smooth. And they usually apply oil on it. And you're supposed to be climbing on that and doing yoga. And we also have something called as the Kundalini Rajya Yoga. It's a yoga that you do on the rope. And Swamiji had told us to all the balasans, all the kids, start doing these two yogas. I was a bit heavy, so I used to have one really strong fear. God, what if I climb on it and suddenly that falls and breaks? Or what if I climb on the rope? It is actually, if you see, it's completely delusional. First of all, it's not going to happen. I was neither that heavy nor the pole is going to be that weak. But I had so much of fear. Is to have like a fear. God, what will happen suddenly if I climb the rope and suddenly the ceiling falls down, or the rope gets cut and falls down? What will happen? Everyone will laugh at me. This yoga will never come for me. And I used to not even try. I had so much, this complication in me was like so strong. I used to get so afraid. I did not even try to attempt it. Swamiji had told multiple times for us to do it. And I had every time I'll do it, okay, today I want to do, I really want to do. And I'll go near the rope. The moment I see it, even if before I put my foot on the rope, I'll get so afraid. Like all these delusions, it's complete delusion. Like it's not even factual, like not even one person. But it used to be such a strong fear. I'll actually feel it like choking me, that fear choking me. I'll just not go near it. And almost after that Guruvak came, almost a year or so passed. All the other kids used to do. Every other kid used to do. Even the kids that are slightly heavier than me also used to be able to do. But I will just not be able to do it. It is like such a strong pattern. I don't know if I think I myself feel it funny. Like I used to think that, oh God, if I go and climb one, it what if it suddenly just falls down and people will all laugh at me, and like I had such weird cognition. And then once it was, I don't know, it was like one day, like one decision. I just felt like, after all, Swamiji has told. So if he ordains, he sustains. That cognition just clicked in me so strongly. And I ferociously declared, like I made a post on Facebook. I said that I'm going to be coming live from on top of the pole. And I made that as a post because I felt like if unless I take a ferocious step, I'm not going to be having a breakthrough. And I decided that I, I posted the post, and then like many times actually before that I have tried. I'll just like go near the pole or near the rope, and there'll be kids who will be trying to push me up. I'll be like, no, I just don't want to go. I'm so afraid. And that particular day, just decided, I decided that no, I am complicating it. Let me just leave it to Swamiji. If we just leave any problem, like let me just leave it at Swamiji's feet. If I'm not able to come out of this complication, anyway, Swamiji has given this to me as a Guru Vak. So when he gives the Guru Vak, he's going to give the energy for it. He's the one who's going to be doing it also. So that one decision, I still remember first time without anyone's support. I just went, I tried before even I could realize. I closed my eyes and I prayed to Swamiji and then I tried climbing. Before even I could realize, I was able to climb on top of it and I went live on the Facebook by standing on top of that Malakamba. And from that, the biggest breakthrough was I was able to jump. Like these were all the things that I was really struggling with. I cannot, even in the ground, I'll have such a big pattern where I'll not be able to fall off at all. It's like I myself will stop. Even consciously, I won't be able to let myself fall, which was actually resulting in me having a lot of fear and wanting to take some big decisions or like things that I felt like, oh God, a fear of failure would stop me. So that whole thing just got broken inside. And Swamiji saw that Facebook Live, and Swamiji said that I had a huge karmic breakthrough. Understand, it's just holding on to your feeling connection with Swamiji. Any of these biggest patterns that you are struggling with, hold on to your feeling connection. Just hold on to Swamiji. Take a big jump. You will see not just you will have breakthrough in what you are looking to have, you will have a breakthrough in multiple levels, much, much more than what you can even imagine. So all the complications, conflicting desires, whatever you have identified, complete with all that you can complete with, and just take a decision that you want to have a breakthrough and take a jump. You will just have a breakthrough. Now, we are going to be going a little more deeper into what Swamiji just told. We are going to work on our relationship with wealth. All right? Prithvi Prasad, Nithyanandam, is this your first time here? Nice to have you here. Prithvi Prasad. Okay, I think I'm seeing you for the first time. Where are you from? Huh. Okay, so first time for the program. Oh, okay, you're the one from San Jose. I think I've seen you. This is the first program you're attending. I have seen you though. I have seen you now. I think the background is different, so it looks like a different person. All right. So see, as I was sharing, unless you understand, many times in our life we complicate things. See, for me, really, I'm not even exaggerating. To even look at that rope, it was a thick rope suspended from such a strong ceiling in the meditation hall. And with me, there are so many children that are doing, like kids, even of my age, even people that are heavier than me, everyone are doing. But it looked so real. My problem, my fear was, what if that rope breaks from the ceiling and falls down, or the ceiling itself falls down? But that complication stopped me from like playing with my own possibilities. After that breakthrough, I was able to do asanas, not just normal asanas. I was able to even do like a cartwheel on the rope and many such things. It became advanced, but that one pattern held me back from experiencing the breakthrough. Same thing applies for wealth also. Look into your life where all you're complicating like this. This is the explanation about complicating desires. Where all in your life you will actually have a very delusory fear. It would not even have like a strong base. It's actually delusory. Sometimes you also know it, but the fear, it would not have logic, but it'll be so strong in you. Such fear, just holding on to Swamiji, just leaving things to like Swamiji, knowing that you are there, I am taking this risk. You will see the breakthroughs you will have. Actually, that's the best news for all of us. Even if you fall, see, for all of us, equally Swamiji is holding us in his hand. Even if you fall, you'll only fall in his lap. It'll never hurt you. Understand? Holding on to Swamiji and taking any risk because you have Swamiji with you. It's like the best, it'll be so delicious. Your life itself will be, you can take on any adventure in your life and always be successful in it. All right. So now let's do the exercise. We're going to be working on the restricting wealth pattern, which is there inside of you. Take a few minutes and identify these kind of situations. You felt very low, unhappy, where when it comes about money, the kind of cognitions you carry about you inside of you. Please take a few minutes and start penning them. Once you have written these steps, now recollect the first incident in your life when you had the first idea about money. What were your first thoughts, engrams about money? Look in. Take a few minutes and look into you. The first time it might have been probably your you asked for a candy and then your mom said, hey, no, I can't buy you, that's too expensive. Or you said something. And what you have been, you have had as an experience, or you saw in front of you your parents being struggling for money. Your relatives spoke ill about your parents regarding money. The earliest experience you have had with money. Please start penning them down now. Go back to that. What were your first engrams? What were your first thoughts that you had about money? Take a few minutes and please start writing this down. And once you finish this, go to the next step. Scan your whole life and identify if you had incidents in your life where you were left incomplete in the aspect of money, means like feeling unfulfilled because of money, or wounds that you created because of money, whether it's in your relationship aspect, anything. What all are the things that you had in your life? You're going to scan your whole life and write. So please sit and do the second step and third step now. all of you can please relax. Alright. Now, in this same space, let us all enter into the next session, which is the power manifestation session. Please understand the secrets of attracting wealth. You being able to manifest wealth, you being able to attract wealth. All of it happens through very, very simple steps. Some of the most basic things, like Somji was explaining, right, about creativity, correct? That energy to create, the creativity dimension. Every simple step, every step of the way, you will be able to manifest wealth easily just by bringing some small changes in your lifestyle, small changes in your cognitions. So every one of us, when we work, when we understand, when we practice these sciences, you will see just by doing the most simple steps in one of your things, you will be able to see how physically, actually, in reality, you will be able to start manifesting that wealth. So it starts with them, right? Now, we're all going to be manifesting the powers of Ashtamahashakti. So there are basically 8 main characters, okay? So the 8 main characteristics, sorry, 8 main characteristics using which you can attract wealth. It is Mahima, Anima, Mahima, Garima, Lahima, Prapti, Prakamya, Ishitva, and Vashitva. So it's 8 in total. Basically, these are 8 actions of the mind. See, our mind or our reality, there are 8 laws using which you can create something. You can, like, for example, making something as small as you want, making something as big as you want, and making something as heavy as you want, making something as light as you want. And Ishitva is like lordship over something, Vashitva is attracting something. All of this you can manifest every step of the way. Any object, anything of your desire, you can pick that up. Understand, if you just cognize and realize something that is having the, for example, let's say something that you want to attract, right? Now, when you just create the space, let's say you bring that lordship over it, how do you do that? When you know anything out in front of you is as per your control, if you can just increase something, decrease something as per your will, then you will know you can very easily play with reality, play with how things are happening in front of you. Now, I request every one of you, just go ahead and play with increasing the size of any object that you want. Any object it can be. Anima, Mahima. You can increase or decrease. Bring any object in front of you and keep that object with this clarity in your inner space. The ability to increase or decrease it as per your conscious will. That one is enough for you to start manifesting it so easily. Just keep any object in front of you. It can even be your height, in fact. And just chant the Mahavakya, and inside you experience that vast expansion happening. You will see how the object in front of you will actually physically expand. Now, I request every one of you to just check, see how many of you have started manifesting with this. The moment you're able to manifest, the moment you're able to start playing, just play with the height of it. You will just see how, if you will realize how, if I can do this, I can also do this. That whole experience will start happening inside of you. You are getting it? Now, let us all enter into the next session where Swamiji is going to be revealing to us about comparison and
Next pattern we will work on is the pattern of jealousy and comparison. Vishuddhi chakra, throat center. The thought pattern of jealousy and comparison. I tell you, most common and unaware engram is jealousy, comparison. It starts again from the early childhood. When your mother says, eat well, only then you will become like your elder brother. Study well, only then you will become like your father. Comparison is one of the most common and most unaware engram. You compare wealth, you compare in health, you compare in beauty, you compare in education, you compare in intellect, you compare in practically everything. But you need to understand one thing. God is not an engineer to do mass production. Only in mass production you can compare one product with another. God is an artist. He paints each one of you. He designs each one of you. He carves each one of you. How can you compare between one art piece and another art piece? You are unique. Each one of you are unique. All of you are not equal. No. All human beings are not equal. No. All human beings are unique. It's like each human being is a unique flower. Uniqueness flowers in you. Fulfillment flowers in you when you realize your uniqueness more and more and more. If you dig out the comparison engram, you will understand. Sometimes you waste years of your life just because of comparison. Your neighbor has a big house. Even though you don't need, you waste so much of your time, energy, putting it and investing it in a house. Finally, when you have that big house and are not able to maintain it, when you are not able to maintain, when you realize you don't need that big house, you feel, oh God, 8 years of my life I wasted in this. I really needed a car. I could have put little bit of money into the car. Instead, I put all the money into this house. Now I am not able to maintain. Please understand, if you are struggling with money, you are enjoying the struggle. You are not interested in manifesting. Please at least understand you are enjoying the struggle. You will feel abundance with your struggles. Oh, I want struggles and I have enough, let me enjoy it. At least feel abundance You want struggles, 2000 struggles around you, and you have 2500 struggles. Enjoy them. Please understand, there is no such thing as struggling with money. If you want to have struggles, you will have struggles. If you want to have money, you will have money. The people who have struggles, they want to have struggles, so they are having it. People who want to have money, they want to have money, they are having it. So, decide, you want to have struggles or you want to have money, you will have it. That clarity should come to your biomemory and muscle memory. You will have what you want. Next. Please understand, in each of this, you have your vested interests. Many times, you visualize in poverty, you are free from all responsibility. You just want to be free from all responsibilities and commitment. Then you constantly visualize, entertain, cherish the poor life. When it actually lands on you, you say, no, this is not what I wanted. Without knowing what is going to come, you cherish, visualize, entertain a thought current. After you attract that, you think, oh God, I think I missed it. Please understand, universe is intelligent and compassionate. It gives you only what you ask for. Never anything else. And if you have manifested poor health, unhappy relationship, poverty, look in why you manifested. Why you manifested. And dig it out from your muscle memory and biomemory, the root patterns. Why you manifested poor health, poverty, unhappy relationships, and complete it. You will understand you always manifested only what you wanted, knowingly or unknowingly. Throat center. A throat center. This throat center is blocked when there is a non-alignment between the imagination, expectation you carry about others and the others' expectation about you. Listen. When there is a non-alignment between your expectation about others and others' expectation about you, that is where the jealousy and comparison starts. Listen. You may have a superficial jealousy, superficial comparison, very superficial, like while you are driving in a Mercedes-Benz, if a BMW passes by, a superficial comparison. But those things does not affect you. The root jealousy, the root comparison which affects you is the non-alignment of your expectation and the other person's expectation. How many of you have in your life the non-alignment between your expectation towards them and their expectation towards you? Both of them are not in alignment. then you have a problem in throat center. Anyakara is what you believe and project others to be for you as per your understanding. Listen. These are all like a legal definition. Anyakara is what you believe and project others to be for you. In this example, what I expect you for me and how I tell that to you. Clear? For example, now I am expecting Bhagavan to build a temple in Dallas, so I am expressing it to him. This is my Anyakara. He expects me should always honor all the words I utter and fulfill them. That is his Anyakara for about me. Clear? But now there is a non-alignment where I am fulfilling but he is not ready to fulfill. Clear? So his throat has a problem. Now, is there anybody who are not cognizing? But if he builds the temple and I don't honor this time keeping or what he expects from me, then I have a problem. I have to alter, transform and stretch. Clear? Here is a volunteer. What that volunteer expects from me is Anyakara about me. What I expect from him is Anyakara, my Anyakara for him. Clear? If I fulfill his expectation and he does not fulfill my expectation, his Vishuddhi has a problem. If he fulfills my expectation and I don't fulfill, my Vishuddhi has a problem. Clear? So always be stretching, fulfilling everybody's Anyakara with whom your life is involved. Clear? Still anybody? Not clear? Come on, come to the mic.
If you complete that, you cannot fulfill his expectation, then
yes, if you complete it, then no problem.
then no problem.
No problem. Even then, you are not expressing your capacity. You are integrated but not authentic. Understand? Now you will see. You will flourish in your business. You will flourish in your job. You will flourish in your relationships. In everything you will see, because you have decided not to give up on you. Understand? You have decided not to give up on you. Understand? You saw the live demonstration of somebody opening their Vishuddhi center. When he said he will not, his Vishuddhi was locked. The moment he decided he is going to do, his Vishuddhi opens. So I tell you, not giving upon you and others is the way to open the Vishuddhi. Don't give up on people. I demonstrated, I don't give up on him. I was very authentic with him. Even if he does not want to do, I did not force him. I just left it. But I am not going to give up on him. I am going to wait. I'll wait. And see to it, he realizes sometime. When I carry that cognition, I am going to wait. Immediately, he realizes. He realizes. So in all those moments, understand, my decision not to give up on you is the one which is pulling you up. That is the rope. That is the connection. Clear? Now, I'll repeat my expectation about the other person is my anyakara about him. The other person's expectation about me is that person's anyakara about me. When there is a non-alignment between these two, Vishuddhi has a problem. Who fulfills it as flowered Vishuddhi? Who does not fulfill as a collapsed throat center? Now listen. Let me come back to emotion retention and emotion fermentation. You get multiple types of emotions, almost all emotions every day. Sometimes lust, sometimes greed, sometimes fear, sometimes the multiple versions of fear, sometimes worry, sometimes love, sometimes attention giving, sometimes attention asking, sometimes jealousy, sometimes comparison, various emotions, sometimes the willpower, sometimes arrogance, sometimes frustration, different emotions I can describe. All kinds of emotions you get, but logically, through your conscious decision, the thought currents or emotions which you cherish stays inside you and starts getting fermented. The good news is, no emotion gets fermented inside you. No fermentation of emotions happens inside you without your conscious support. You should understand that. Please understand, I am talking a practical science. Listen. I am giving you the essence. Whenever there is an inauthenticity in anyakara, you end constantly comparing yourself and your life with others. You end up with jealousy, hurt, anger, suffering. Then you are caught in comparison and jealousy. Jealousy is outcome of deep, innate violence you carry. Listen, I am putting it in a better way. Please understand, when somebody expects something from you, when their image about you demands your expansion, you are not interested in expansion. The violence you have, you show towards them as jealousy, saying, you expect this from me. Come on, now I will expect this much from you. You prove. Getting it? Cognizing it? How many of you are cognizing it? Jealousy starts to justify. Listen. Jealousy starts to justify you not fulfilling others' image, or, listen, jealousy starts to justify you not fulfilling others' image. Understanding? See, I will not fulfill what he wants from me because he does not fulfill what I want from him. And I will expand what I want from him before even thinking whether he is going to fulfill or not. If he has 10 million, I will put it as 100 million I want from him. Then go there and say, see, he is not fulfilling my 100 million, so I am not going to fulfill what he wants from me. Getting it? Cognizing it? Jealousy starts as the justification Clear? Then it becomes a violence to declare your supremacy. Let me tell you, cognize, listen. First, hey, you have 10 million. If I ask 10 million, you may give. No. I'll ask 100. So you can't. So now, because you are not fulfilling, I can justify why I am not fulfilling. Why I am not expanding me to you? Because you are not expanding you to me. As a justification, jealousy starts. Then you have justified to many people that why you are jealous. Why you are jealous. Why you are jealous. You are justified to many people. And many people have fallen with your argument. And they say, all right, you are right, you are right, you are right. Then the jealousy doesn't keep quiet. It declares, now I am the supreme. Listen. For example, I say, hey, give me 100 million. You are not giving. So now I am also not going to fulfill your image about me. Then this fellow, he says, yes, right. He falls. Then second fellow comes. For him also, I am not going to expand to you because you are not expanding to me. Justification. He falls. So one by one, when people start falling, suddenly you declare, hey, I am the most supreme. How many of you are cognizing it? Do you see in your life, in some areas, you have declared supremacy? At least one area you have to declare supremacy to keep yourself alive. If you don't declare supremacy, even in one place, you cannot tolerate you. How many of you are cognizing me? Clear? Where you declared supremacy is the root jealousy suffering pattern with which you are struggling. Listen, look in and verify at least 2 situations that happened in your life where you experienced jealousy and used it as a justification mechanism. Means, he is not fulfilling, why should I fulfill? I am justified. Some way. And look in and identify, write down how this jealousy became a defending mechanism, defending you from your own inauthenticity. When you are not coming for morning yoga, you say everyone is not coming, then what is the wrong? Nothing wrong. I also don't need to come. This is the level of the human awareness. I tell you, even the collective consciousness theory is nothing but your justification of jealousy, saying that everybody is like that only. I was also like that. And the third, look in and identify and write down how your defending mechanism protected your inauthenticity and how you declared supremacy of your inauthenticity. People who are able to be energetic, alive, active, sharply thinking, strategizing, without the peer pressure of jealousy, comparison, they are going to accumulate exorbitant amount of wealth. Understand? All the people who can function, think, work, get excited only by peer pressure, jealousy, comparison are just going to dry and wither out, because all the peer pressure, jealousy, comparison, everything is going to be taken away from life. If your mental setup is such, you can think only with peer pressure, jealousy, comparison, you don't have future. Your active, excited hours will drastically drop down to 5%. You will be almost In depression, low mood, non-thinking, non-excited, inactive. Whoever is able to excite themselves with powerful cognitions, in tune with the cosmos, you are active just because you feel like enriching the world, supporting the world, contributing to the world. If your mental setup is based on contribution, enriching, spiritual strength and excitement, you are going to be active continuously and you are going to accumulate exorbitant wealth. Because all the wealth of the peer pressure based gang is going to be left. It's going to melt down. The peer pressure based industries will melt down. Contribution based industries will shoot up.
Please explain to all of us about jealousy, comparison, and how all of this branches into us. Did you know that your Vishuddhi chakra, right? Which is a throat center, which is what Swamiji is telling us, Vishuddhi, in the example that Swamiji gave us, right? So this Vishuddhi chakra, for for all of us, it's in the size of a small button in our throat. Whenever you are entertaining jealousy based, comparison based patterns, it shrinks, and it becomes like this small, right? And it is here in the throat center. When you are free of jealousy and comparison, it becomes something as big as a cartwheel size. I was so surprised when I heard this, but this is a fact. That's how the chakra expands. Every time you have jealousy or comparison inside of you, you are literally again and again going on putting yourself into that struggle. Like you're going to be stuck in that same vicious loop. Like Swamiji said, expanding your expectations from life and justifying that with your inability to do is jealousy. Every time where you justify your inability to do or your unwillingness to do with an like making a bigger scale, demanding more from life, using that as a justification, that violence is jealousy and comparison. You'll be surprised to know all of us, every one of us, you may think I'm the most non-jealous person, but every one of us suffer with comparison in different levels. Each of us have different levels with which we struggle and suffer with. But all of us carry this cognition in us. All of us have this comparison and jealousy in us. Actually, Ma Hongzu, you're asking about how do we have to fulfill everyone's expectation? That's your question. See, Ma, Swamiji gave an example, right? As long as you have given a certain declaration and the world is expecting from you for the declaration. For example, my declaration to you all is what? I'm a sannyasi, I'm an acharya, and as an acharya, there is certain declarations, correct? The moment I declare myself as an acharya, that means I'm declaring to make myself available to you all to clarify or to help understand what Swamiji is revealing or to guide you all in certain exercises. This is what is my declaration as acharya, right? By default. So, if let's say if Ma Hongzu is having an expectation that I have to attend to your questions, that is right. It is my responsibility to fulfill it. But let's say, for example, if someone is having an expectation that I should come and play badminton with them and win the game, I am not responsible to fulfill that expectation because that is not part of my declared outer image. Are you understanding? So, as a participant, your declaration is what you're going to be available here, you're going to be participating. Then, if I am expecting you to listen to the session, then it's your responsibility. You're expected to fulfill that. But let's say, if I'm expecting you to come and take the session, you're not expected to fulfill that role. You're understanding? Whatever is your declared outer image, and if people have expectations within that declared outer image, then yes, we are responsible to fulfill that expectation. Like a mother, you make a declaration that I am your mother. Then you are making the declaration to fulfill the need of that child till that child grows old enough to sustain itself. So any expectation that child has in within that declaration, you are responsible to fulfill it. Catching it? So this jealousy and comparison, right? All of us carry this in our lives. Every small things we constantly bring this jealousy and comparison, and we always constantly build this um expectations in life, and every moment constantly we are going to be stuck within this jealousy comparison pattern. Every time what we do is, whenever we are not able to fulfill, right? Let's say, like, we are giving a declaration, okay, I'm going to be doing this. When we are not able to fulfill, what we do, we start justifying our inability to do something with another person's not doing. Like, for example, okay, I am committing that. I'll give an example with myself. So, if I am saying, okay, I am an acharya, and if I'm committing to make myself available for the 16 hours, if I am going to tell that, okay, because someone is not there, I'm not going to conduct 16 hours. See, someone is not fully listening for 16 hours, I will not conduct 16 hours. Understand, the moment we demand, we create that gap, that is comparison. That violence which makes us justify our non doing with an expanded expectation of someone else is jealousy. Always see, go back and look at all the complaints you have about another person. How many of you relating with this? When we ourselves do something, when we are not able to do something, we feel, oh, it's okay, I tried, and you know what, this is the best I tried, but it's still not happening. But the same thing, if another person is not doing, you feel like, come on, this person could have done just a little bit more, she could have tried, surely she could have gotten it. How many of us have that kind of a complaint inside of us? Tell, how many of you, how many of us have it? How many of you are able to click with it? As long as you have that, please understand that expectation that you carry, that jealousy, that is precisely what is jealousy. Many times we tell that, we think, oh, I'm not jealous. I don't feel, someone else's this thing, so I'm fine. I don't feel bad looking at someone else's success. No, justifying your failure using someone else's success is jealousy. Justifying your non doing using someone else's non doing is also jealousy. Both ways it is jealousy and comparison. Oh, the others are not doing, why should I also do? Is also wrong. Someone else is doing, because of that I'm not able to do. Both are wrong, because your doing, non doing is not dependent on someone's doing, non doing. Catching it? Are all of you getting it? So now, every time you have that justification inside your inner space, understand it, you are shrinking your Vishuddhi chakra into something small as a button, like this small. Every time you create this jealousy inside of you, the Vishuddhi chakra shrinks. Every time you enrich, the Vishuddhi chakra expands. What is in the size of a button becomes the size of a cart wheel. So, look back into your life. You're going to be now working on completing all these justifications or the conflicting comparison patterns that we carry inside of us, which is coming from a deep violence towards life. Let all of us take a few minutes. Just look into your life and identify. You will start understanding how that gap is formed inside of you, how you create that gap, and how you are stuck in that gap without completing, without analyzing, without understanding how you get stuck into that gap. You just need to see, look into your life, and identify all the justifications that you carry inside your inner space. Every time where you use this as a justification, saying, oh, you know what? I cannot do this and I'm fine with it. This is all I can do. This much only I know. All of that is jealousy. All of that is comparison. You are doing or not doing is your decision. Blaming your doing or not doing in someone else based on their inability or ability is wrong. That is jealousy. That comes from innate violence. So, in the whole chakras, right? The Vishuddhi chakra, when you constantly smell that jasmine, you will experience so much of healing. And it's a very powerful process to cleanse our Vishuddhi chakra. Now, how many of you want to really experience that deep cleansing happening? Okay, beautiful. Now, we're going to be entering into a very powerful Kriya which will directly work on healing the Vishuddhi chakra, and it will completely expand. You will actually feel so much of lightness in your throat after doing this process. It's a very, very powerful Kriya. It's called the Maha Mantra Kriya. Okay. Can I request everyone to come on camera for this, please? Please come on camera for this particular meditation process. Please make sure you're in camera. Yes. Now, we're going to be entering into this Kriya. So, this is a 30 minutes meditation. Okay. Sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Okay, there's a very beautiful thing Swamiji has told about how you can see, identify whether you're actually sitting in a straight line or not. Okay, so here, now as you're sitting, when you just close the eyes and bend your body in front, you will feel, if you feel the weight of the body, you'll be able to actually very clearly feel. When you slouch, you'll be able to feel the weight of the body coming. Sit, 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 sit. Slowly move straight up until a point where suddenly you'll feel like completely there's no weight. The center of gravity changes. Your body aligns to the cosmic geometry. That means you will know you are sitting straight. So basically, make sure your head, neck, and your spine are all in a straight line. Now let us enter into the first step. First, sit straight, close your eyes. Please close your eyes completely. Many times, in the name of closing the eyes, we see all our own inner chatter runs in behind in our eye with our eyes closed. So completely arrest the movement of your eyeballs. Bring yourself to the thoughtless place. Now, keep your lips together and produce the humming sound from inside. Let's say if you were to put your face inside an empty aluminum vessel and make a humming sound, the sound generated will be like this. This is not omkara, it's not humming sound. It will just be mm. You're not going to do om, or you're not going to do hum. You're not going to hum. You're going to basically just purse your lips together. You're going to be putting them together. You're not going to be opening your lips. Just make the sound with your mouth closed, right? Mm. This sound should be as long as possible. It should be as deep as possible, and it should come from your very navel center. Don't make an effort to take a deep breath after every time you do that humming. Don't take effort to make the deep breath. The body itself will take breaths when needed. So don't get tense. Put all of you sit in a very relaxed way. Sit straight, but relax your body. Don't tense. Don't tense your body. Just relax. Your whole body will be filled with that vibration. Start humming. Mm. Mm. I request every one of you to please hum along. You should sit straight. Ma Ilka, you should sit straight. Close your eyes. Magama Priya, you should also sit straight. This is a very, very powerful Kriya. The moment you do this, you will see the impact it will have in your system. It's a very powerful Kriya. Close your eyes. Mm. Mm. Let your whole body be filled with that humming. Please start. You're going to just hum for the next 20 minutes. Just hum. Keep humming.
Now, close your eyes. Slowly relax. Put your awareness on the throat center. Just forget the whole body except your throat. Let your whole energy be centered on the throat. Let your Vishuddhi chakra function beautifully. Be relaxed. Bring your entire awareness to your throat region. Just focus on your throat. You will see the Vishuddhi beautifully flowering. Please relax. Please relax. Slowly, very slowly, please settle down. This is a very, very powerful process which can literally work on directly awakening you to your experience, the ultimate experience of no comparison, no jealousy, and absolute completion in your inner space. How do you all feel after this beautiful process of Mahamantra? How was it and what is your experience like? Can I request everyone to take a few minutes and share? How was it? I see so many of you with a wide smile. Amazing. Okay. Beautiful. Very nice. So many of you have commented. Beautiful. Now we have just about an hour for the darshan, and we are all now going to be getting ready to prepare ourselves for the darshan. And the first step for that is we will be understanding the how we can awaken the wealth consciousness, the revelations from Swamiji, which is the initiation that all of us are going to be receiving today.
Awakening wealth consciousness. Let me describe fundamentally what is wealth as per the reality. Understand? I am not denying the crude form of the wealth currency as some meaning. No, I am not denying. I am not saying that crude form of the currency, the country currency you use, the raw form of the wealth. I should say the crude form of the wealth which you use for any transaction. I am not saying it has no role, no value, no. I only want to declare that is not alone wealth. Understand? Current which keeps the currency current is wealth. Understand? The Vedic definition. Current which keeps the currency current is wealth. What is fundamentally currency? 100 of us are sitting here. One has 1,000 rupee and he wants food. He gives that to somebody who supplies food. Then he gives that to somebody supplies raw material. He gives that to somebody who gives him health. He gives that to somebody who gives him a house. He gives that to somebody who gives him clothes. Continuously when it is moving, by the time that 1,000 rupee moves between many hands, its value has increased. Understand? The current which keeps the currency moving is the value of the currency. We may ask why some countries' currency has high value, why some countries' currency has no value or low value. It is our ability to keep our currency moving. The current which moves the currency keeps the value for currency. If you have too many reasons to use that currency, which you can buy only through that currency, that keeps the value. That current keeps the value of that currency. Mahadeva, Sadashiva, the greatest economist, defines wealth. Understand? You will never look at Mahadeva as an economist. Understand, he can wear ordinary Rudraksha bead which has no value. Because he wears it, becomes a trend, fashion, millions wear, and that becomes a valuable commodity now. Many of you don't know the Rudraksha I am wearing, that is more valuable than the gold covering it. It is highly praised than the gold covering it. You will not understand the economy of Mahadeva, Sadashiva, till you understand the real wealth. The economy of Vishnu is different. Whatever is valuable he wears. The world's largest gem, Shamantaka, is on his chest. Miss Universe is his wife. The best flight, Garuda, is his vehicle. But with Sadashiva, if you see, all the things useless for society, Basma, from the Smashana, that is his cosmetics. And the Rudraksha, which nobody touches, which is falling from the trees, some bead, that is his jewelry. Snakes, which nobody goes near, is his ornament. All the things he uses, understand. He is making a statement about wealth. If you read Agama, his words, beautifully it describes wealth in multiple places. Our ability to be intelligently active is wealth. Understand, intelligently active and constantly contributing. I am not saying don't accumulate currency, but I am saying fundamentally understand the concept of currency, then start moving your life and others' life. Then you will understand. Not only the wealth consciousness is awakened in you, you will never bother about incompletions related to wealth. See, there are multiple incompletions people carry about wealth. First thing, the moment I utter the word, there is so much of that depression, that deprived feeling. Everyone has, I don't have. For what I am contributing, I have not been given my share. The various thought currents. Sometimes, oh, I am loaded with it. I don't know how to save it, how to protect it. From various resources, from various people you need to protect your wealth. Sometimes the illegal sources which are trying to snatch it from you. Sometimes the legal sources which are the so-called legal sources which are trying to snatch it away from you. Sometimes illegally legal and legally illegal sources trying to snatch away from you. So you are worried about protecting. That is also an incompletion. Understand? Any incompletion related to wealth will disappear if you are awakened to the wealth consciousness. And awakening to the wealth consciousness is not becoming fool, irresponsible, careless. No. No. It is the most powerful strategy. Understand? Whenever your inner space is capable of including 5 people in your life, you build a good family. If your inner space is capable of including 50 people in your life, you build a good team. If your inner space is capable of building few hundred people in your life, you become a social leader. If your inner space is capable of including few thousands, you become leader for your region. If your inner space is capable of including a state in you, you become a leader of the state. If your inner space is capable of including a country in you, you become the leader of the country. Understand? If your inner space is awakened to understand and include the concept of wealth, you will see wealth becomes just part of your life. Expansion in life is freedom. Anything which restricts brings bondage and suffering. When I say expansion, I don't mean this expansion. I mean expanding in health, expanding in wealth, expanding in every field is success. That is life. But there are many patterns which stops the expansion, restrictive patterns, which restricts you in your health and wealth. Please understand. There are thousands and thousands of engrams. Engram means engraved memory. Thousands and thousands of engraved memories, thought patterns in you, which are restricting you experiencing the ultimate, which are constantly showing you that you are not ultimate and you cannot expand by giving foolish, self-created, restrictive circumstances. Never ever think circumstances are more powerful than your reality. No. Our reality is more powerful. Our capacity to create the reality is more powerful than any circumstances. Let me define engram. Engram means a memory gets into your system, makes you work in the same way, even if you don't want. For example, you are addicted to smoking or drinking pattern. That engram gets into your system very strongly. After 2 years, even if you want to give up, you won't be able to give up. When the time comes, from inside you will hear smoking, cigarette, When the time comes, from inside you will hear, come on, open the bottle. Simply you can't do anything. Your body will just move. It will open, drink, fall asleep. Next day morning when you are having fight with your spouse only, you will even remember. It is not good for your health. One of the biggest lesson I have learnt from my life and I wanted to share with all of you is, have a strong experiential clarity about you. Nobody should be able to penetrate and alter your idea about you within you. Constantly, if people tell that you are a miser, you are a miser, you are a miser, you are a cheat, you are a cheat, you are a cheat, you should not start believing it. That strong clarity about yourself, if you just have that, that's enough. You won the game of life. Nothing else can protect you other than the clarity about you. If that is there, nobody can harm you. Please understand, you are so weak, when people around you doubt, you also start doubting you. That's one of the biggest weakness human beings carry. Destroying others' opinion about you is not that big failure. But if you are also influenced by the others' opinion about you, you are a failure. In my case, the only reason I won the game, they lost the game, is they are able to convince the whole world about me, but they are not able to create one doubt about me in me. Have a strong fort. Nobody can take away your kingdom. Strong fort means, in your inner space, be authentic and clear about what you are and what you believe, what you want. Many times, in you, when the clarity is not there, when you have restrictive patterns, suffering starts for you. Only those methods of grabbing, stealing, robbing is wrong, sin. Otherwise, creating wealth, if you are contributing something directly to the people, universe, if you are grabbing from others without contributing anything, that is what is sin. So creating wealth is intrinsic part of life. Krishna says very beautifully in Gita, Gahano karmano gatihi. The universe by its nature works. If you have at least the goal of creating wealth, you will be creative. Your energy will be channeled properly. I can give you the clear guidance. The first priority should be in the life for moksha, enlightenment. Till that happens, the second priority can be creating wealth. Understand? Not grabbing or robbing or stealing. Creating wealth. Anything else is a third priority. And I don't want to talk about third priorities. Creating wealth makes you non-violent. Because you will be too busy with the people, with the world, with life by creating. First, remove the guilt about wealth from your inner space. Second, understand the expression of life through you is equivalent to the wealth you create, not grab, you create. So the more and more life energy starts expressing through you, more and more you create. Life energy expression and wealth is one and the same. Seekers always justify their poverty as their spiritual quality and innocence. So if you are not wealthy, understand, if you have decided not to create wealth, great. But if you want to create wealth and not wealthy, if you have a greed for the wealth or desire for wealth and not wealthy, be very clear, you are not a seeker, you are a seeker. Something is seriously wrong with you. Look into it. Wealth itself is not sin. Somebody is having problem because of having. Somebody is having problem because of not having. Problem is a problem. Wealth is not a problem. Problem is a problem. Wealth is not a problem. Person who is having guilt because of having, person who is having guilt because of not having, both are big, you can say very big sickness. I have seen many of these rich men, because they carry a deep guilt imposed on them by society, even though they created their wealth very honestly, in a creative way, because of the guilt imposed by society on them, they live a very miserable life and go on drinking alcohol and trying to have high costly entertainments just to forget this guilt. Many times they come to me for their problems and in need of solution. When I analyze their inner space and life, there is no problem. Then why are they suffering? The only guilt which they are carrying, which is imposed on them by society. I tell them, come on, don't imbibe the guilt given to you by the fellows who are incapable. You do not cheat or grab or be dishonest. That's right. That's enough. But no need to carry a guilt on the wealth, about having wealth. Rich men carry this guilt very deeply. And just to escape from that, they get into all kinds of addictions. And their life is hell as a fellow who doesn't have money. The next thing, having is one side, not having. This is a very funny side. Having the desire to have wealth, not having it, but giving a valid reason why they are not having it. This is also another important slave mentality. We always think work not done plus valid reason is equivalent to work done. And your mind is such a cunning mind, it creates very valid reasons and justifies itself. Why? You are poor And not only that, adding sacredness to poverty. Who are adding sacredness to poverty. Relax. Don't add sacredness to your scaredness. Because you are scared of life, you back out from life, and for the feeling of scared, you add sacredness. You start saying, no. You see, I am not the kind who can tell lies. This word is a lie. I am not the kind who cheat others. What is there? Little bit, 2 meal, and 1 small house, and 2, 3 piece clothes. That's enough for life. If it is enough, why are you going around and bragging about it? Be content. The fellows who talk about their poverty being their great quality will not keep quiet. Because they are trying to make sacredness out of it. Please understand. As Krishna says, Gahano karmano gadihi. Life's flow is work. If you are not creating wealth, all your work is happening in wrong direction. Your work is happening more in the line of destruction, not in right direction. The integrity, I am telling you from my experience. Now, experience of handling so many worst possible situations in life. Actually, this whole rumors and the problems created around me has made me really rich in life. Economically, I may not have become rich, but in life I have become very rich. Now I know how to handle people. I know who should be trusted and who should not be trusted. I have learned a lot of lessons. Actually, I tell you, these lessons are really worthy of the money we lost. We lost a lot of money. But these lessons I learned are really worthy, because it will be asset forever for the whole future. Sometime, the lessons you learn become more valuable than the situations try to hit you. Look in. Remove the deep hatred for work. See, life is by its nature flow. If you create wealth, at least it will be directed in one line of creativity. If you are not creating wealth, be very clear. One, you will be spending all your time in destroying something, somebody, or you will be spending all your time in fighting with you, in depression. Fighting with your own self. Morning half an hour you will argue whether to create wealth or not. Evening half an hour you will argue whether to create wealth or not. Morning you will argue, I should create wealth. Evening you will argue, no, I should not create wealth. And night you will fall asleep. Between the morning and evening, again, you will be spending time in eating. That's all. After 20 years, what you have done? No, I debated morning whether to create wealth or not. The side of creating. In the evening, debated for not creating. Finally, nothing has happened. Life is wasted. That's all. Not having wealth is a wrong mental setup. Awaken the creativity in you. Remove the hatred for work, creativity. I'll give you further, deeper, exact techniques and process to create wealthy consciousness. First, you need to create a wealthy consciousness which is ready to take the responsibility to create and sustain, which is ready to take the responsibility of being creative. For being creative, you need to take many responsibilities. It doesn't happen like a breeze. Even if the breeze happens, you need to be responsible to keep your doors open for the breeze to blow through you, flow through you. In Vedic tradition, we have two major gods representing wealth, Kubera and Lakshmi. Kubera is a guy who holds stock market. Lakshmi is the bank circulating. Lakshmi gives, circulates. Kubera holds, sits on it. Treasury and currency. We have another two dimensions of wealth in Vedic tradition, Sanganidhi, Badumanidhi. Understand? Badumanidhi means flowered wealth, like a lotus, created. Sanganidhi means conquered wealth. Flowered wealth, conquered wealth. Conquered wealth is not robbed wealth. Please understand. Conquered wealth is not robbed wealth. It is not like a Gajni Muhammad coming to Somnath temple and robbing the whole temple, grabbing all the gold and taking it away. No, that is not Sanganidhi. Sanganidhi is conquered from the natural sources. Badumanidhi is made to flower from natural resources. Let me expand on wealth consciousness. The first conclusion you need to come, it is integrity. That's the most shortest way to enjoy wealth. Second, owning but not possessing means go on sharing. I have seen sometimes people, when they take up a job, they develop vengeance towards boss. Hey, you are giving only 50,000 salary for me. I'll work only for 8 hours minimum just to handle your questions, not more than that. So this is the way he starts. He thinks he's cheating his boss. In 6 months, he himself starts believing this much only is his capacity. He has cheated himself. Understand? Cheating your boss. In 6 months, you will believe that as your capacity and you will cheat yourself forever. You making your boss believe this is only your capacity because you want to take revenge on him. First conclusion you need to arrive is integrity is the best strategy. The next conclusion you need to arrive, own but don't possess. Go on be sharing, whether it is you or your space or your qualities or your qualifications. I tell you, the words you utter, people may listen, but the way you behave, people feel it. Let your behavior is all about owning, not possessing. That's the second conclusion. Third, let your enriching be most authentic, means every day upgrade yourself. Ultimate should not be final. Ultimate grows every day. Ultimate is not final. Today's ultimate is not tomorrow's ultimate. Tomorrow's ultimate is different. Brahmanda expands, cosmos expands. For you, something is ultimate today, which is not ultimate tomorrow. It expands. So, go on becoming authentic in your sharing, enriching. Next, important conclusion. Do not feel shy to encourage people to support you back to enrich the world. Be confident, courageous about what you are doing. Don't be weak. Be confident about what you are contributing and encourage people to contribute back to them, so you can continue to contribute. You can keep this Dharma Chakra alive. That's all. Just these 4 conclusions arrive. Now, one good news I have for you is our Vedic masters, Vedic rishis, Vedic visionaries, starting from Sadashiva, they have mastered a science to bring these highest thought currents and ignite your inner space through certain rituals and processes. That's what we call homa and making aushadha. Understand? Thought is as matter as any item which is seen by you in front of you. Please listen. I am repeating. A thought current is as matter as the mic, camera, TV, and all the items you are seeing in front of you. If this hand key can be given to you, a thought current also can be given to you. Our Vedic visionaries have mastered the science of bringing a thought current and infusing it into the people. It is called initiation. They mastered this science. It is possible. It is reality. There is no placebo effect range. Understand? There is something called placebo effect. Any doctor gives any medicine, 40% of the patients will be cured. That's called placebo effect. The effect of this initiation is not the placebo range. It is undeniable. It can stand the scrutiny of the verification, follow-up, documentation, and scientific research and analysis. It is not placebo effect range. Understand? Our masters have mastered this science of making the thought current come in a space through yajna. Means the thought current from the space will be brought into the air through the mantras and into the fire through the offerings, into the water in the kata pot and sprinkled on you, and into your mind through that water being sprinkled on you. The Dhanagarshana Bhairava Homa. The thought currents of awakening wealth consciousness in you, deciding to be ferocious within you and awaken your wealth consciousness. Ferociousness is not anger. If you feel society has cheated you, you are angry about the wealth, you will never manifest wealth. Ferociousness is different, anger is different. Kala Bhairava, Dhanagarshana Bhairava is ferocious but not angry. Understand? To infuse the ferociousness to manifest wealth consciousness in you. Once I asked my grandfather, he's really such a person of charity. Every day in the night time, when he finishes his accounts, I learned this habit from him. Even if it is 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the night, those days there is no computer and all. It was only in the notebook. Only after signing the ledger, completing the accounts of the shop he was running. He was running a rice mandi, wholesale rice godown. Only after completing the ledger, signing, he will go to bed. I learned that habit from him. And the most important thing, he had a box. On that box, there will be a board called Magame Bandu. Means 10% of his net income, he will put it in that box every day. That is kept for charity. So any temple function, religious function, temple inauguration, annadan, anything, people will come. When they come, based on their function level or expense level, he will give donation. Once I asked him, what is the use of giving money like this, donations like this? He said, the result of giving donations like this is more people will come to receive donations. That's all. Understand, reward for wealth is more wealth, reward for love is more love, reward for work is more work, reward for charity is more charitable, more charity opportunities. Reward for integrity is more integrity. Cognizing the joy integrity brings in you, the powerfulness you experience through integrity, cognizing integrity is the ultimate no blind spot shrewd strategy for life. As I said, your plans are two cunning strategy. Integrity is three cunning strategy, Mukkan strategy. In anything, whether your relationship with your body, your relationship with life, your relationship with existence, your relationship with the ultimate source, your relationship with society, your relationship with humanity and its laws, in every level, cognize integrity as your strategy.
Integrity is the best strategy to achieve anything in life. Swamiji summed this up so beautifully with this profound revelations of the right thought currents that we need to have for us to manifest wealth.
Swamiji explained to us in detail about how to awaken your wealth consciousness in you. And this is the initiation that we are all whatever issues that you are struggling with, the financial issues like debt, loan, or even you're not able to sustain the wealth that you're generating, or you have you have a lot of issues even in generating the wealth itself. Today, through the initiation that all of us are going to be receiving, we are going to be showered with so much of auspiciousness, abundance, and wealth consciousness that all these problems that you are struggling with will simply disappear. And not just that, Swamiji, out of immense compassion, has opened up various platforms in all of which you can post your prayers, whether it is to remove a particular loan problem, or you are not, you're having some issues with wealth, or the incompletions that you've written from morning, or all the patterns that you've been writing since morning that you want to experience completion with. Today, in this darshan, you are going to be experiencing that. Swamiji is going, you can write and post it in the chat. Swamiji is going to be giving you a breakthrough in all of these patterns.
Most amazing blessing that all of us are going to be receiving today is every one of us, any debts that we are stuck in. We learned so many different there's so many different thought currents and the truths that Swamiji revealed to us for us to manifest wealth through the day to day. One of the key things is manifesting wealth just by the initiation, manifesting that ultimate wealth just by initiation. That is what all of us are going to be experiencing now. In today's initiation, Swamiji is going to be awakening the wealth consciousness in us. What is the right way? What is the space that you need to have for you to experience that wealth consciousness? How can you become a wealth magnet? The secrets of attracting wealth. Today's initiation is going to be just that. I'd like to request every one of you to take a few minutes. We have just about 10 to 15 minutes. I request all the participants take a few minutes. Reach out to any of your friends who is struggling for wealth. Today, if they offer their prayers to Swamiji, understand they are going to be liberated from the cognitions, from the thought currents that they are stuck with pertaining to manifesting wealth. And today, all of you have been learning these extraordinary sciences, and it's very important that we understand. See, it is like if I just randomly gift you an latest iPhone, but you don't know the speciality or the features of it, there's no point. You're just going to use it like any other random phone. It's important that you understand. I give you the user's manual for you to understand the software, right? Am I making sense? That is exactly why it is important that you attend through the day so that you understand what is the science behind the initiation that you're going to receive. So, every one of you that are sitting here, let us all make sure we are taking out the time and make sure that you are attending full day to receive the maximum benefits of the program. Like today, all of us learned about the science of wealth manifestation, right? We did so many exercises, so many kriyas, so many processes, and each of us are going to be showered with that ultimate initiation today. And with the powerful cognitions and all these techniques, you've literally been prepared to receive this initiation. So I request every one of you to take a few minutes. Make sure you're reaching out to your friends, family members, anyone. Take this next 10-15 minutes. Reach out to them, invite them for the darshan. Let them just take 1 or 2 hours of their time. Be here. They're going to experience a tremendous, like a phenomenal transformation just by sitting here in the darshan. So I request every one of you here, all the participants sitting here, please take a few minutes and you all can invite them, bring them over, let them all join in and let them all receive this ultimate initiation to manifest wealth.
Yes. Now, as all of you are reaching out to your friends, your family members, colleagues, whoever you want to invite to join you in this darshan that all of us are going to be experiencing. See, during the darshan, so much of auspiciousness, abundance, prosperity, all these, all the qualities that are needed for wealth consciousness to be awakened in you and all the Lakshmitva to be awakened in you, everything will be showered. Actually, you just need to make sure that you are there full time, sitting in front of the camera and continuously sitting, not missing even a chance to receive the Nayana Diksha, because today's initiation is extremely important. See, from morning, so many of you wrote saying how you've been struggling, whether it is to make wealth, or sometimes some of you are struggling with some of the wounds that were created at a very young age. And you're still not able to come out of that struggle. You're trying to complete from your side, but still there seems to be something inside of you, which is making you feel like you are not able to generate the wealth as you want. You're not able to sustain the wealth as you want. You're not able to invest it in the things that you want to invest. Like some of you had said, whatever said and done, you still have fear to invest your wealth in something. All these things that you are not able to complete with. Don't worry. The initiation, the diksha that you're going to be receiving today is going to do the miracle for you. Diksha, this initiation process itself is a science where Swamiji directly infuses the auspicious qualities, the powerful components of the deity into you. Today, Swamiji is going to be showering all of us, blessing all of us in the form of Bhagavan Keshavarthamurti, Ekapada Trimurti, Ekapada Murti, and Tripada Trimurti. All these are various forms of Paramashiva, where Paramashiva and Parandama are in ultimate oneness, giving all of us that shower of blessings and auspiciousness, where Paramashiva and Parandama radiate together through one form. That is what is Keshavarthamurti. Today, earlier, we had also explained how the deity looks and how one side is Paramashiva, one side is Parandama Mahavishnu, and showering and blessing all of us. That same form is what we are going to be experiencing as darshan today. And
Just a quick reminder for all the participants, please take out a few minutes and make sure that you are posting all your prayer requests on all the platforms. The Darshan, Swamiji is making it available for all of us in all the platforms, whether it is Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, and even WhatsApp, everything. You can all make sure that you're messaging in all of these platforms. You can join in any of these platforms and you will be able to receive the darshan, and you can also post all your prayers, requests to Swamiji in any of these platforms. So take out a few minutes. Every one of you can join, log into any of these platforms. We'll be walking you through how you can join in these platforms and you can post the question. I request all the participants sitting here right now, please make sure that each of you during the darshan put a particular date by when you want to manifest wealth. For example, let's say you want to manifest wealth, you want to manifest your Sarvagnya Pira Yajaman by end of October. Put that date clearly and request that as a boon to Swamiji. See, today's energy, Swamiji's manifestation as Keshavarthamurti, is where Swamiji is opening up the channels for anything related to wealth. So, all the energy, anything related to abundance, wealth, all the energy that Swamiji is blessing, you can take all the prayers related to wealth breakthrough in manifesting wealth, whether you're looking for a job opportunity, you want to become successful in a certain business, or you want to get rid of certain debts or loans, all of those prayers pertaining to that, you can post it today. And also, along with that, if you have some questions that you would like to receive further revelations from Swamiji, let's say you want to learn further about the secrets of attracting wealth, or the thought currents that Swamiji had revealed. All of that you can post it today. So we request every one of you to take a few minutes, head out to one of the platforms. We encourage all the Sarvagnya Pita Yajamans, Sarvagnya Pita Kartas, and Sarvagnya Pita manifestors, every one of you as well, to head out to any of these platforms and ask your questions to Swamiji. You can post your questions, doubts, anything that you would like to ask using the hashtag AskTheAvatar in all of these platforms. Yes. Now, let us all get ready to receive the darshan. I request all the participants to please settle down in front of the camera. Please come back and be seated. We are all going to be entering into the preparation for the darshan, and we request all the participants to settle down. Please be on camera, and beginning from now, the digital securities will be moving anybody who are not in the camera to the waiting room. So please make sure, check and ensure you are in the camera. If you're not in the camera, then the digital security team will have to be moving you into the waiting room. So please take out a few minutes, settle down, please come back and be seated. All the female rooms and all the male bodies rooms, please take a few minutes, come back, settle down in front of the camera. Yes. Now, in today's darshan, right, one of the most important aspects, all of us are going to be initiated to manifest the Ashtamaha Shaktis. We've all been manifesting Anima, Mahima from morning, right? Swamiji is going to be initiating us to be able to manifest the Ashtamaha Shaktis and attract wealth through the manifestation of these Ashtamaha Shaktis. Anima, being able to make anything small, and Mahima, being able to make anything as big as you want. Lahima, being able to make anything as light as you want. Garima, being able to make something as heavy as you want. And then we also have Prapti, Prakamya, Ishitva, and Vashitva. Prapti is the power to be able to attain anything that you want. And Prakamya is the ability to fulfill one's desires. And Ishitva is your ability to have the lordship over something. Vashitva is your ability to attract something towards you. So all of these powers are going to be, we are going to be initiated with all of these powers today. So let us all get ready, prepare ourselves for the initiation. Make sure that the whole setting, the whole setup around you, set up the Nithyananda Sabha, keep Swamiji's Atmamurti next to you. Make the whole place very divine. Understand, darshan is a very sacred, powerful process. Just through a look, just through a word, Swamiji transmits that ultimate cosmic experiences to each and every one of us. So when you sit in the darshan and when you are connecting to Swamiji, Swamiji is literally transmitting that energy experience, that highest cosmic frequency to all of us.
I see messages. Mark Karen Headley has posted. Swamiji explains these principles so simply. Absolutely. And not just that, Swamiji even gives these as experiences in a very casual way. Just look at it. Each of us are sitting at the comfort of our own homes. And all we know is just that we are sitting and we are just enjoying watching Swamiji's darshan. And Swamiji just makes these principles, these cognitions as our own experience. Actually, that is what we are going to be having in today's session. Just make sure you're fully here, present, physically and mentally both. Be here, listening fully, because it is not just through words. It is not just the words that Swamiji is going to be talking. Every moment is too precious because it's every moment is Paramashiva's time that all of us are getting. It's direct audience with the divine. This darshan is a very powerful one. So make sure every precious moment that we have today. You are fully here. Do not get distracted into anything. And for asking your prayers, please make sure you're posting your prayers in multiple platforms. This is also a very important thing. I see that some of you are posting it just on the Zoom, or some of you are posting it just on Facebook. Understand? Because there are a lot of messages that are coming in, Swamiji wants to ensure that every single one of our messages, prayers, wounds are attended to. That is why Swamiji has opened up these platforms where you can ask your prayers on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, WhatsApp, and on the Zoom. So all these platforms are open for you. Make sure you are utilizing all of these platforms. Our support desk team will be posting these links to all of you in the chat. See, Bhagwan's eyes can fall on any of these platforms. Make sure you don't miss it. Prithvi Prasad is asking how to ask on WhatsApp. We have a link. Our support desk team will post the link for you in the chat, and you can open that link and you can head to WhatsApp and ask. We'll actually show to you now each of these platforms how you should be asking them.
So actually, you can head to kailasa.org, our official website, and right on that, there'll be an icon for you to click connect to WhatsApp. We will now be taking you through that so that you can, it's more comfortable for you. Yes. Here you all can see this is kailasa.org, and you can head to this website. And yes, here we can see, here you get an option. The moment you go there, you can see actually in the website itself, it gives you an option to connect on WhatsApp. Do you see this box below? Right on the home page itself, you'll be getting this option of joining the WhatsApp community. And you can click, and if you already have WhatsApp, you can directly join chat. If you do not have WhatsApp, it will give you a prompt to download WhatsApp, and you can download, join the community, and in the community chat, you'll be able to post all the questions that you have. So, so this is the link here you all can see. And similarly for the other platforms, for YouTube, you can directly go under the live stream itself and you can make the comment. And on Facebook as well, you can go to the live stream and you can directly make the comment under. We'll be doing a walkthrough. And let us all now get ready to receive the darshan. And now we're going to be chanting the Dhyana Shloka, the sacred chants that describe the form of Paramashiva as Keshavarthamurti and Ekapada Trimurti, Tripada Trimurti forms of Paramashiva. Let us all now chant the Dhyana Shloka. I request every one of you to please sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Connect to Swamiji. We will be now chanting the sacred chant, which describes the form of Keshavarthamurti. सव्यांगे विद्रुमाभं शशिकलधरवकुटं भस्मरुद्राक्षभूषं वामाङ्गे श्यामलाभं मणिमकुटयुतं पीतवस्त्रस्तिशोभम् सव्येटङ्काभयं स्यादितकरयुगे शङ्खं कौमोदिकी स्यात् किञ्चिल्ललाटनेत्रं विलसतु पुरतरः श्रीहरेर्धदेहम् सव्येटङ्कं परस्मिन् कटकसुजलजं सिन्धुवेणीसुनन्दम् वामार्धे सत्किरीटं रुधिरजलनिभं व्याघ्रचर्माम्बराढ्यम् फालर्धे लोचनार्धाकलितसमपदं शुभ्रयज्ञोपवीतं हर्यर्धं नौमि शम्भुं सकलशुभकरं सर्वसम्पत्कराड्यम्. This sacred chant describes the form of Keshavarthamurti. The right side is Shankara and the left side is Vishnu. Shiva is reddish in color, smeared with bhasma and having the crescent moon on his jata juta. He is wearing the Rudraksha mala and having the third eye on his forehead. Ganga is on his head. He is wearing the tiger skin with white sacred thread on his shoulders. The left side, Vishnu is with blackish body. He is wearing the golden crown studded with jewels. He is wearing the golden dress. He is wearing golden earrings, necklaces, everything. This Harihara Murti is having four hands. The right hand, the grazing hand, holding the tanka. On the left side, Vishnu's Abhayahasta with the mace and holding the conch, the shankam. This form of Paramashiva and Vishnu blesses us with all the auspiciousness. The next is the Dhyana Shloka of Ekapada Murti. ध्यायेत् कोटिरविप्रभं त्रिनयनं सीतां सुगङ्गाधरं हस्ते टङ्कमग्रं वराभयकरं पादैकयुक्तं विभुम् शम्भोर्दक्षिणवामक्षभुजयो ब्रह्माच्युताभ्यां स्थितं तत्तल्लक्षणमायुधैः परिव्रतं हस्ताद्वयाढ्याञ्जलिम् ब्रह्माण्डः प्रलये सुसंस्थितपदं ब्रह्माण्डमध्यस्थितम् ह्येवं लक्षणसंयुतं पुरहरं पादैर्कमूर्तिं कृतम्. All of these sacred forms of Paramashiva graces us with the ultimate auspiciousness, the ultimate abundance, the ultimate wealth, everything.
Absolutely. These forms that you all just witnessed, all these forms are where Paramashiva, Parandama, and Parabrahma are all manifesting in ultimate oneness. And the Keshavartha Murti is where Paramashiva and Parandama Mahavishnu manifest together to one form, showering all of us. That is that first Dhyana Shloka that all of us listen to. And with this, all of us are going to be preparing ourselves to enter into the darshan. Understand, darshan is a sacred space where beyond the parameters of time and space, irrespective of where you are from, what you have been doing, none of these matter. During this time, you're actually lifted out of time and space and you are initiated. You are given a direct experience of the ultimate superconsciousness. Understand, the gods and goddesses really exist in Kailasa and they descend down to the planet Earth to bless all the human beings, all the beings, and they are available to us through various forms. First one being in the temples. We all visit the temples, we go there, we see the deities. The deities actually carry the pure superconsciousness and the being of each of those gods and goddesses. And that is why you offer worship and you go and pray to them. They are called as Archavataras. But from the Archavataras, human beings are not mature enough to get the highest spiritual experiences. That is why, out of immense compassion, the cosmos descends as Nijavatara and manifests for all of us, showers all of us with the ultimate spiritual experience. Now, it's time for all of us to receive that ultimate spiritual experience directly from the Nija Avatara of Paramashiva, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Let us all now enter into the meditative space